Ну, вроде так. Итак, привет всем, кто нас будет смотреть. Запись или
I
как
didn't know you were such a
перезапись.
slacker.
Пока оклемались и наши дни не сочтены, они прямо конкретно так, потому что у нас остался один день, как всегда. Так что пройдем сегодня мы Розум и Мушкетера, но пройдем без звука, потому что болеем и еще раз болеем. Так что не буду мучить вас своим голосом, но, надеюсь, порадую картинкой. Приступим.
What's the hurry? Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
I'll help you find them.
Seriously? But, Mr. Morris, I don't understand, sir. How can you only be telling me this now?
I'm afraid that there's nothing really I can do.
But what about my film?
Well, I'm afraid you have to come up with something on your own. Take it from me. Sometimes you just have to let things go.
Oh.
Hey, isn't that Xavier? So he's back in Fontaine now! Xavier!
Oh, why, if it isn't the dear Traveler and Paimon. I really didn't expect to bump into you. Well, I was doing just fine until I received some terrible news just now. The investor I was working with for my upcoming film has fallen upon some hard times and is no longer able to provide the promised amount of funds.
Can't you just find a different investor?
Unfortunately, that's not how it works. We had signed an agreement specific to the Fontanalia Film Festival, stipulating that I cannot work with any other investors until the festival is finished.
The Fontanalia Film Festival? What's that?
Oh, is this your first time participating in Fontaine's Fontanalia Film Festival? Then allow me to fill you in. The Fontanalia Festival was established to commemorate the legendary Loch Knights, who went on a quest to search for the Oceanids and eventually welcomed the Hydro Arconageria. The holiday is deeply connected to the founding of Fontaine, as well as its unique laws and trials. It's one of the most important festivals for this nation.
But what's with that weird expression on your face? It's like you're trying really hard to remember something.
Ah, I was just trying to recall the exact description from the books, in order to avoid any, unnecessary...
Well, either way, Paimon thinks she gets it now. It's just like the Windbloom Festival in Mondstadt, and the Lantern Rite in Lille.
Yes, those are festivals of a similar variety. Who doesn't like a good festival? And just like those of other nations, Fontaine will hold a plethora of to commemorate the Lock Nights. People will imitate them by putting on special costumes, raising golden cups, and going door to door asking. But a few years ago, Lady Farina started to find the whole idea a little drab, and
That really doesn't surprise Paimon at all.
the whole thing seems more akin to a carnival now, and it's quite popular among the kids. Every year you can hear a bunch of them say,
Oh, that sounds pretty fun. But how does that connect back to the film festival you mentioned?
"Ah, yes, it appears I've strayed off topic. I just got too excited. The Fontanalia Film Festival is an event proposed by the Fontaine Film Association this year. Now that film tech during this time, people may submit films to be evaluated, and the entry with the highest score will be given the Farina Award by the association.
The what award?
The Farina Award. You know, after the Hydro Archon. They coined it while Lady Farina was still in power, but even though things have changed, no one has made any motion to update the name. Perhaps everyone still thinks of it as a pretty appropriate name, even though she is...
Alright, guess the name does work pretty well when you put it that way.
Oh, but who would have guessed there'd be an issue with the funding? How will I ever explain this to Miss Chiori? Not to say all the...
Chiori? Sounds familiar. Where have we heard that name before?
Yes, that's her. I asked her to oversee the event's art direction, including...
Oh, Paimon remembers now! Navia said that her clothes were designed by Chiori.
How to describe her? Well, she tends to be pretty direct, and her remarkable designs have led many Fontanians to be... Anyway, Chiori is acquainted with...
Who are the actors from Inazuma?
Why don't the two of you accompany me to the Aquabus station? Judging from the time, the Aquabus should be arriving shortly.
What's the hurry? Cool it!
Coming to art. Sumetsu, take flight.
Wind strider, tip clouds high. The birds call.
Speed of light. Cut to the chase. Whirling snow. Embrace the ice. I'll protect us. Come on, we can do it. Don't blink. With sword comes shadow. Take flight. Sakura swirl.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night! As one with wind and cloud! Wind strider!
My apologies. Embrace the ice. Let's dance. Here come the fireworks! Your grand finale! Eat this!
Wind Strider! Fallen leaves, adorn my night! Wind Strider!
Fuse is lit! Nice and spicy!
Time to get as one with wind and cloud! Wind Strider!
There is no escape! Now you shall perish!
Clouds high, the birds call!
Incoming! Nowhere to hide! Illusion shattered! Inazuma shines eternal! You're toast!
Time to go! As one with wind and cloud! Wind Strider!
Shine down! Now you shall perish! There is no escape! Zelda, get them!
Clouds high, the birds call!
Illusion shattered! Torn to oblivion! Eat this!
As one with wind and cloud! Wind Strider! Fallen leaves, adorn my night!
Hey, yeah! Coming at ya! Hey there! Nah, ha! Nah! Fire! Well, with rocks. Ha! Nah! Cha! Nah!
Advance! Rally!
As one with wind and cloud! Wind strider! Clouds high, the birds call!
Hey there! Attack! That's the way.
Pull in! Press the advantage!
Hiya! Nah! Yeah! This one's got your name on it. Act right, man. It's the fire.
Charge!
Whirling snow! I'll protect us. Sakura swirl! Ready, steady, go!
Mind the deluge. Wind strider. As one with wind and cloud.
My apologies. Yeah, embrace the ice. Come on, we can do it. Whirling snow.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night. Wind strider.
Take flight. Ready, steady, go.
Wind strider. As one with wind and cloud.
Kamisato art. Sumetsu.
Be still. The depths beckon.
Fallen leaves, adorn my night.
Whirling snow. Embrace the ice. Ha!
What's the hurry? I didn't know you were such a slacker.
Next on the agenda. We're way behind schedule.
Time to go.
What's the hurry?
Time to go.
We're way behind schedule.
Time to go.
What's the hurry? What's the hurry? What's the...
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
What's the hurry? What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
I only wish life could be as leisurely as this a little more often. How great.
Take it easy. Keep up.
Where do you want to go next? If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots.
I didn't know you were such a slacker. What's the hurry?
We should prepare while we can, then make a preemptive strike against the enemy.
Seems all the other knights already have their hands full.
Miss Chiori?
Your talk with the investor sure went fast. The Aquabus hasn't even arrived yet. Oh? And who are they?
Allow me to introduce you. This is the Traveler and Paimon.
Pleased to meet you.
Likewise! We've heard the owner of Chioriya Boutique is a skilled seamstress, so it's a real pleasure to finally meet you in person.
Why, thank you. I strove to create an outfit that matched her high social station as the demoiselle. So tell me, what happened? I can tell the conversation.
Well,
Ugh.
I know, Chiori, you don't have to say it. You did remind me that this investor was a little...
Yes, there's no doubt about that.
But how could I pass it up? He offered me twice as much as the others.
And therein lies the problem.
Yes, but just put yourself in my shoes. After obtaining such an excellent script, it's only natural that the budgets that the others had proposed were nowhere near enough. It's difficult to find someone willing...
Don't be sad, Xavier. We might be able to help scrounge up...
Oh, thank you, Paimon. That means a lot to me.
We need to move on. What's happened has already...
What? You're saying...
No, that's not what I mean. I'm simply saying I wouldn't... The actors I recommended aren't just after more
Really? Then where do you live? We Malazines live in Marcy Village. The only way to enter is from underwater.
Oh, you must be pretty tired after work every day, right? I mean, you have to swim all that way just to go home.
We are so thoughtful. But some Malazines choose to live in the Court of Fontaine because it's so much more convenient.
This is our stop.
Oh, we've arrived. But I haven't even finished chatting with Aval yet.
I also enjoyed Aval's introductions to Fontaine along the way. Everything you described...
Thank you so much. I'm usually working here on this Aquabus, so I hope I'll have the chance to see you again. There are still many more places I'd like to introduce to you.
Welcome to the Court of Fontaine.
Chiori, you sure have changed a lot. This is the first time we've seen you.
I haven't realized it's been so long. I was in...
Thank you for extending the invitation, Mr. Xavier. I'm looking forward to a fruitful trip here in Fontaine.
It's an honor to have the head of the Kamisato clan visit us.
So they're who you meant when you said you had actors coming from Inazuma?
Oh? It's the Traveler. And wow, what a coincidence! Ayaka and I were just talking about you on the way here. Are you also...
We just ran into Xavier earlier and came over with him.
But I'm not an actress. Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka are the real actors here. I'm just tagging along with Ayaka to have a good time together.
About that, I mean, How was I supposed to contact you when I was making preparations for the film? I figured you... So I could only keep you in the back of my mind while I sought other actors to play the lead roles.
I had been thinking about a surprise reunion with you during our trip here. But you still managed to surprise me first.
Oh, so you all know each other already. My, what a coincidence. Why don't we go to Hotel de Boer and catch up over a meal?
Huh? Did you reserve two?
Yes, of course, of course. I'll be sure to tell the boss to serve a few more delicious...
Very well. Then please, come.
Wow, the buildings in Fontaine are so tall. Just look at how big they are. And there's the fountain that Aval mentioned earlier. It really is. And look at that huge spinning sphere. Where does it get its power? Wait a sec. Could it be one of those clockwork...
What's the hurry?
So this is what food from Fontaine is like. It sure is different from what we have in Inazuma.
Yes. When I first went to Inazuma, I actually...
Let's get back to the purpose of this trip for a moment.
Well, I've already assembled most of the film crew. A lighting spec...
Oh, it's called The Two Musketeers, right? I heard this...
Originally, I was planning to start filming as soon as Sir Kamisato and Lady Ayaka arrived in Fontaine, but, I'm afraid I've run into a bit of a problem.
Oh? What is it?
It has to do with the film's investor, Mr. Morris. He suddenly informed me this morning that he's encountered some financial trouble and will be unable to release to me the amount of funding agreed upon.
It's said that Fontaine's legal system is well developed. If he has violated the contract, then can't you simply take him to court over the matter?
Well, I'm still more concerned about filming. Even if I were to take him to court, I'm afraid it would take months before the case...
Then, is there a way we could raise funds ourselves to solve the problem?
I've considered that option too, but unfortunately, it's difficult to gather such a large amount of mora on such short notice. Besides, we have to consider the film festival's submission deadline.
Mr. Xavier, if Ayaka and I were willing to perform for free, would that resolve the problem you are currently facing?
What? No, out of the question. To have you come all this way just to act for free?
There's no need to worry, Mr. Xavier. My brother and I had actually intended to work for free after receiving your invitation. Inazuma has only recently reopened its borders, and needs to strengthen its relations and cultural ties with other nations. We didn't have many collaboration projects with Fontaine in the past.
Indeed. You could say that's the real reason why the Yashiro Commission agreed to come.
I understand, but having you two act for free just doesn't seem...
Not at all. While we're officially here to conduct a cultural survey of sorts, we must express our sincerity if we want to establish formal cultural ties with your nation. This film will serve as proof of friendly cooperation and cultural exchange between Inazuma and Fontaine. It's my hope that the film can be finished and released as smoothly as possible. If you still don't feel comfortable with this arrangement, I would also be more than happy to be introduced to some other renowned individuals in Fontaine's literary and artistic circles.
All right, I'll do as you say. Thank you so much. I'll make sure to cobble together enough mora now, even if it means selling my house, my camera, and every single family heirloom.
Come on now, no need to go that far. I'll also help you out as a brand sponsor.
Me too! Even though I didn't bring much more to spend on this trip, it's still better than nothing.
You are too kind, all of you. I really don't know how to.
Ew. Alright, enough about that. Now that we have Xavier's savings, my support, and 2 leads who are willing to act for free, so instead of Mora, you'll help with filming and production.
Oh, but how can we help with that?
Alright, pull yourself together, Xavier. Tell us if there are still any open positions left among the crew.
All right. Let me think. We still need a camera operator, a clapper loader, and someone to manage logistics. I originally wanted to personally serve as director, but I've been too busy working as the producer. So the positions of director and director's assistant will also need...
Paimon knows what the director and the logistics support person do, but what's a clap?
The clapper loader is responsible for using the clapperboard to record and organize the information of each shot when the camera operator begins shooting. The work requires both patience and...
A clapperboard? Oh, you mean the thing they hold that goes clap whenever they start filming?
Yes, that's right. Are you...
For sure! Paimon's always wanted to try that!
Alright, then you'll be our clapper loader. I can find someone from the store to help with logistics. What do you think, Xavier?
Oh, fine by me. As for our camera operator, I was thinking of letting the...
Oh, he's great when it comes to using a camera. Paimon can't even count how many things we've taken photos of during...
Yes, that's also what I was thinking. I noticed the Traveler had an eye for photography and composition when we...
I'm sure that's due to the Traveler's journey across Teyvat and all the places they've seen.
What do you say, Traveler? Are you interested in the job? Thank you. It really means a lot to me. Come on, friend. Let me give you a big warm hug.
So, all that's left for us to find is a director and an assistant.
Oh, me. I want to be the director's assistant. All we need to do is help the director, right? I can handle that.
All right, then all we need is a director. Oh, all the well-known directors in Fontaine are probably also busy working on their own films these...
Oh, Farina helped out a theater troupe recently by serving as an artistic consultant. She could be a good director, right? Besides, it's not like she has anything else to do right now.
Farina? Do you really think Lady Farina would be willing to help us with our humble project?
Isn't that the name of Fontaine's Hydro Archon? My brother has already informed me about what happened.
Yep, that's her! She helped out a theater troupe not too long ago, and now she's taking up work as a director!
Well,
I saw that musical. Her performance was perfect, and the storyboards were also... Don't let her former identity intimidate you. She's the best candidate we can think of right now. You'll never know...
Fine. You're right, Shiori. Then I'll have to ask the Traveler and Paimon to show me the way to Lady Farina's residence. I just hope she'll agree to help.
Do you need us to also come along?
No, there's no need to trouble you with this. Besides, you've just arrived in Fontaine, and I'm sure there are many places you would like to visit. Just leave this task to me. It's part of my duties as the producer.
Very well. Then we'll be waiting to hear the good news.
I'll go with you. By the way, you might want to consider bringing a gift.
And don't worry, we won't simply drop you off at Farina's place. We know Farina pretty well by now, so having some familiar faces there should help your chances. Besides, the whole thing was our idea in the...
All right, then I'll start making preparations. As for the gift...
A gift for someone who was once seen as the Hydro Archon. I wonder what she would like.
I recall that Lady Farina once fancied a clockwork ring, so perhaps I should get an...
Huh? Can't we just bring some desserts, like the Fontinalia mousse?
But wouldn't that be a little too cheap? She does like desserts, though.
Isn't the Fontinalia festival happening right now? I heard Abel tell us on the Aquabus that Farina introduced the tradition of going door to door and asking for sweets. To do something like that, she must have a real sweet tooth.
I agree with Yoimiya. If the gift is too fancy, it might actually...
Alright then, let's go buy some Fontinalia mousse!
But will that really be enough? We'll be asking her to do a lot of work, you know.
You're right. We need to further sweeten the deal.
Huh? You want something even sweeter than Fontinalia mousse?
Yes, we'll need a gift that's sweeter than any dessert in the world.
But what could that be?
Your words of praise.
What's the hurry?
We're here! This is where Farina lives.
Okay, I'll go knock on the door.
Seriously, who's knocking before afternoon tea?
Who are you?
Lady Farina, please allow me to introduce myself.
Hello. Oh, is that the traveler in Paimon I see behind you? And who's this? I'm Chiori. Ah, the one from Chioria Boutique. Hello, hello. So, what are you all doing here? Do you need something?
Did you just get up, Farina? It's already past noon, you know. Huh? Oh, Paimon means the weather is so nice in the afternoon and the sun is so warm. Just like how you make us feel. Sleeping in late is a really smart idea.
No. I was just up late last night reading some novels.
This is a small gift we've prepared for you, Lady Farina. We hope you like it.
No need to be so formal. I'm just a regular person like everyone else now. Oh, is this Fontinalia mousse? It's one of my favorites.
That's great! So, actually, there's something we need your help with. Given your renowned passion and understanding of drama, I would like to ask that you serve as the director of our film crew.
Oh, but didn't you just say that
Yes, but for this particular project, I'm mainly working as a producer.
Are the Traveler and Paimon also part of the film crew?
Yep, we sure are. Paimon's the clapper loader and he's the camera operator.
Camera operator? That can be a pretty technical job, and it directly affects the final No, I'm not questioning your abilities. It's just that I've never really seen...
Maybe you can come up with a test for the Traveler and see for yourself. If he can satisfy you with his camera skills, then you'd have nothing to worry about and can join the team. What do you say?
You sure are getting better at rolling with the situation, Paimon. Oh, I do wish to see how skilled the Traveler really is with a camera. All right, how about this? We'll work with what we have. I'll give you some scenarios and see if your work is up to very good. It's essentially
essential for the camera operator to understand the director's vision. I'll make my decision after seeing your work. Are you ready? I have high standards, you know. Okay, grab the camera and I'll give you a sonata. Oh, it appears that you have more skill than I thought. All the shots had a great composition, and I could really feel a connection to the characters and—
Yeah! Does that mean you agree to be our—
Did you think I would agree just like that? After our performance of the Little Oceanid. In fact, I've already had several troops approach me for the Fontanaia Film Festival. Unfortunately, the scripts were all pretty boring and didn't pique my interest. If others were to find out I agreed to work with you so
Hey, but didn't we have a deal? What else do we need to do to convince you for—
well, what about the pay?
Huh?
You know, how much you're willing to pay me to be the director? The pay is—
Well, I can offer you this much?
What? That's all? If Nervulat were to hear of this, he could charge you with underpaying your labor.
I'm sorry, but our crew is in a tight financial spot at the moment.
I see. Well, even though it's highly unlikely now that I'll join your crew, there's still—
Oh, our script is an adaptation of the Two Musketeers.
Huh? Wait, you mean the suspense thriller novel that was a #1 bestseller?
Oh, so Farina's read it too?
Of course I read it. I've always had a keen interest in artistic work. I see. It all makes sense now. You must have used most of the budget—
Not really. The novel's author transferred the copyright to me practically for free once he heard that I wanted to make a film adaptation of the story.
He probably just wants to get his name out there. So, Mora isn't the most important thing to him right now. It reminds me of a delivery courier who wears one of my designs while traveling all across Teyvat. I didn't charge her much for the outfit either. The exposure she provides for my brand is well worth it.
So, are you a big fan of this story?
Well, it's alright. The pacing of the story is good, but the character relationships could use some work. When I was ahem, Mr. Xavier, if, hypothetically speaking, I agree to be the director, how much freedom—
Oh, as much freedom as you would need. I wouldn't dare doubt the tastes of Fontaine's
Good. Then I'm free to alter the script as I see fit?
Absolutely, no problem.
All right. It seems that you're—
So, you agree?
Yes, I agree. Although the pay is well below what someone of my caliber deserves. A great script calls for a great director. I mustn't let a perfectly good story be ruined due to lack of funds. If you have fine cheese and bread, you wouldn't just—
Oh, Hydro Archon above!
There's no more Hydro Archon, you know. There's a lot that goes into shooting a film. Although the trickiest tasks of finalizing the script and by the way, since we'll be filming The Two Musketeers, we'll need to find an action choreographer. Ideally, a professional who has action—
Yes, I've thought about this as well. I was hoping that you might know someone who—
Me? If this was before, I could have simply asked Clorand. But Navia can also use firearms, but unfortunately, her style is quite different from that of the characters in the story.
Could we ask the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol?
Oh, you mean the Special Patrol?
Yes, that's right. They work with muskets every day. I can't think of anyone more qualified than them.
They would be under Nervilette's jurisdiction. Unfortunately, So, in the end, we still have to start—
No need to go to all that trouble. I know their Captain Chevres.
Oh, you do? Wait, Chiori, how do you know the captain of the Special Patrol's musketeer?
No particular reason. Running a business means dealing with some trouble from time to time, and she's helped me out on a few occasions. In return, I've helped her handle a few situations in which the Special Patrol couldn't get involved directly. So, we've got—
So you're saying there's been times when the Special Patrol needed a fashion designer to handle a situation? Your work is becoming more and more mysterious.
It'd be best to keep it that way. Anyway, enough about that. What do you all think about asking the captain to be our musket action choreo?
She sounds professional enough. She is a captain after all. I have no objections.
But I imagine the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol must be busy with their duties. Do you think she'd really have time to help with shooting a film? And then there's the issue of pay.
Well, it just so happens that she's also not the kind of person that's just after Mora. As for whether she has time, I'll have to go and ask her first.
Then I'll leave that to you. Macaroni's on sale today, so I've got to go. You can just tell me how things went when we discuss tomorrow's plan later.
No problem.
Having Farina join feels like a big boost to our—
Of course. Just wait until the day of our premiere. You'll witness the true power of my name in these lands. I'll be sure to ask some people I know to see if they'd be willing to act as—
Seems like you're finally getting more comfortable with your own reputation now.
I didn't ask for the Clapper Loader's commentary, Paimon.
Then let's get going. I happen to know where Chevres is today.
By the way, I'm curious. If my pay is so low, then what about our two lead—
Actually, they told us that they see the trip as part of a cultural exchange. So they—
What? So is every person in Teyvat who doesn't want money gathered here to shoot this film? Don't tell me Chiori is—
I already knew Xavier from before. And he's also agreed to give my brand some—
It seems the gods have really smiled upon you, Xavier. And that's certain—
All right. This is...
But
She's over there. The one with an eye patch reading in front of the newsstand.
oh, her! Paimon could tell there was something different about her.
Please wait here for a moment. I'll go fetch her. She's working now, so you...
Working? But isn't she just standing there and reading a...
Just trust me.
Oh, Chiori sure is a mysterious person.
The court of Fontaine isn't particularly tolerant of visitors from overseas, so it isn't easy for a foreigner to promote their brand here. Even a local like me just trying to make a film has to face all kinds of challenges. So I can only imagine what Chiori has been through to get where she is today. I'm sure that having more connections has definitely worked in her favor.
Reading on the job?
Detective novel.
One main character?
No. Multiple. Branching storylines.
I see. How's the plot coming along?
One of the main characters is about to make a choice that will affect the rest of his life. I'd wager he's going to make the wrong choice.
Any way to speed things up? There's something I need your help with.
You know that doesn't depend on me. It all comes down to what the character chooses.
Which is exactly why I'm here to help.
All right. It appears he made the wrong choice in the end. Halt!
Huh? What's going on?
Hand over whatever you're holding.
Oh, it's just a book. I didn't buy anything else.
Then I'm sure you wouldn't mind letting me have a look.
Excuse me, officer. I don't mind you standing around here, not purchasing anything, but I'd prefer if you didn't disturb my customers. It's bad for business, you know?
Don't give me that act. You won't be able to get off so easily either. I am Chevraz, captain of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol. I will say this one last time. Hand over whatever you're holding at once. And before you do anything unwise, let me remind you that I'll have you on the ground before you can even think about making a run for it.
All right. But please let me say something first. If there's any contraband in that book, then the shopkeeper here is the one who slipped...
Why, you trying to leave me on the hook, huh? You were the one who said you wanted it!
Save it for the interrogation room. Take them away, Letelier.
What's going on here? One second you're reading a book and the next you're escorting people away.
And who are... Oh! Aren't you the traveler who's been all over the papers recently? Chiori. Maybe I can let you in on what's happening then. Now that Vache has been brought to justice, no new shipments of synth will be made and distributed to sellers. The Fontaine guards have been busy collecting the remaining synths still circulating on the market. Thanks to a tip from our reliable source here, this should be the very last...
Oh, so you were pretending to read a book in order to catch the bad guys! Oh, Paimon almost forgot to introduce ourselves. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler and Xavier!
Hey, I'm Chevraz. You probably already heard me introduce myself, so I won't bother repeating.
Yeah, why didn't you make a move as soon as you had the chance?
Were you worried? No, I wanted to see if the shopkeeper would turn himself in first. All he had to do was come up to me and say that he didn't know where the synth had come from. If he did that, then I wouldn't have had to press charges on him.
He had the whole day to turn the synth over to Chevraz. But instead, the moment I came up and blocked Chevraz's line of sight, he took the opportunity to sell it off.
Yep, he made the wrong choice, even though the right choice was right there in front of him.
But you knew they wouldn't make the right choice.
Yeah, I knew. I was just hoping I'd be wrong for once. Enough about that, though. What did you want to ask me about?
Oh, you see, it's like...
The Two Musketeers. You certainly have a good eye for a story. So what do you need me to do? Just be the action choreo.
Yes, that's right. I want to make sure we get all the details right. However, I'm afraid this work will require a bit of your time.
No need to say any more. I'll join.
Huh? Just like that?
Really? You're willing to help us?
Sure, it's no big deal. As I said, we've wrapped up our investigation here, so besides, I personally really like this novel. I even have the collector's edition at home. Stories where justice prevails over evil never get old for me.
Then we've got a deal?
Yes, I'll see you on set tomorrow.
Oh my! I can hardly believe it!
Calm down, Xavier. The film is going to take more than just a day to finish. Still, I should also head back now and start preparing the actors' costumes and makeup.
Alright, guess that's it for today then.
Traveler, Paimon, please stay for a moment. I have something to
Then I'll take Xavier back. Poor thing. He's so excited that he can't even walk straight anymore. Yep, see you tomorrow.
What's the hurry?
So what did you want to tell us?
Have you read The Two Musketeers? The story is about a pair of children born into the household of a baron, and their struggle. They were raised at the baron's estate, where their mother worked as a maid. The two were illegitimate children that the baron had with the maid, so they were never treated well. But one day, upon returning home, they found their mother had been murdered and left dead on the floor. It was quite evident that the culprits were the other members of... However, the baron was able to exert his influence and keep the whole thing under wraps. The mother's death was eventually deemed as a suicide, and there was no chance of bringing her murderers to... Many years later, members of the baron's family suddenly started turning up dead one after the other, all killed by gunshot. A rainbow rose was found on each of the victims. The baron believed that the mother's soul had come to take vengeance on him, so he lived in fear. But it was actually those two siblings who had fled all those years ago. They relied on each other to survive and trained day and night, eventually becoming... They used all of their abilities to collect evidence and clues before executing their plan and exacting revenge on the baron. Their actions...
That's quite an exhilarating...
Yep. The baron got what he deserved for his evil deeds, and
Oh, so is that why you were so willing to...
You could say it was one of the...
Oh, you mean there were other reasons?
I've read the reports about you. Whether it was at the trials or... You've shown that you've got a strong sense of justice, as well as a great mind. Yes, you're as sharp as I expected. It seems you've experienced many... There's been a recent murder case...
Huh? Really?
The Marechaussee Phantom hasn't yet released an...
A murder involving firearms? But...
Impossible. We perform a routine inspection of our firearms and ammo reserves every day. If one of the weapons had been fired, it would stick out like a sore thumb. Besides, I trust the members of... However... Well, that's all I can
Huh? What do you...
I hope you all can go back and get some shut-eye. You can decide tomorrow whether or not you'd like to join the... I'm aware this might not be the ideal time to add more to your plate, but the more capable people we have, the better the chances that justice will prevail. Carrying out investigations isn't actually supposed to be our responsibility. Our job is to apprehend the perpetrators. Finding them is really up to the Marechaussee Phantom. I don't want people to see muskets in a negative way, and also, I'm concerned about the similarity between the crimes and the story.
You mean, they might be connected somehow?
I suspect so. Just to make myself clear, this is not an order, nor is it a... If you two have any interest in the case after we finish filming tomorrow and are...
What do you think, Traveler? Yeah, you're right. Paimon's getting...
You'd better head back and get some rest. It's good to keep a calm mind. Otherwise, when the moment comes, you might end up like that shopkeeper and not even realize that the right choice is right.
Come on, let's get moving. We're not frozen. In place.
It's finally time to meet up with everyone. Paimon even dreamt of me. If Paimon remembers right... Ayaka, Yoimiya, you're...
Good morning. Xavier said yesterday afternoon went well.
Yeah, and how about...
After we split up, Ayato went to see Udex Nervillette. I was originally thinking of going with him, but he said he could manage it himself. He told me to go see the sights around Fontaine and to enjoy the local culture. So I rode the aqua bus with Yoimiya and visited the opera house on Aranias Island.
Yeah, you wouldn't believe what we saw there. 2 mechanical puppets that were dancing together. You've already seen them, right? Yeah, those two. Amazing.
We sat and watched for quite a while. It was mesmerizing.
Oh, it was the same for us the first time we saw them too.
Afterwards, we went swimming at the beach. Well, diving, to be exact. It was the first time I ever breathed under. I held Ayaka's hand and we counted down together. 3, 2, 1, and then splash! We were beneath the waves. At first, I didn't dare to open my mouth. But once I couldn't hold my breath any longer, I decided to take a big breath in. Turns out the water wasn't as salty as I imagined. It didn't really taste like anything at all. Before I knew it, I was breathing like normal down there. It was an amazing feeling. Ayaka said I was too nervous and needed to loosen my grip. She got used to everything way fast.
I knew that the Traveler could do it, so I had no doubt we could do it too. That helped me feel at ease as soon as we dove in. The underwater world in Fontaine truly is beautiful. I love seeing the romaritime flowers blossoming underwater, like little candles lighting up the streets at night.
Yeah, and there were so many creatures that we've never seen in Inazuma. Like those fish that shimmer like a sword blade. Whoosh! Oh, and those big fish that call when they see people.
Oh, you mean Hunter's Rays and Blubber Beasts.
I just love the name Blubber Beast.
Yoimiya was down there for quite a while. It was dark before we finally rode the aqua bus back to the city. I figured she'd want to sleep in today.
Yeah, even I was worried that I wouldn't be able to get up. I still felt like I was drifting in the wave, but as soon as I woke up today, I remembered that we'd all be shooting a film together, and I was ready to go.
Speaking of the film, where's everybody else?
My brother and Xavier were speaking to the restaurant owner about using the place as a filming location. They should be here soon. As for the others,
We're here. Please excuse my tardiness. I just finished the Special Patrol's 6-mile morning jog.
Wait, 6 miles?
I'm so tired. I heard you all chatting, so I decided to come down. I sure...
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Can someone fetch me a cup of coffee?
Sure. I'd be happy to do that for you.
No, you can't go anywhere. Please, have a seat over here so I can get started on your makeup. The last thing I want is coffee stains on my costumes.
I can get the coffee. It's the perfect job for an assistant.
So much energy. Seriously, what's...
Oh, Yoimiya's always like that. You sure look exhausted, Farina. It's because you're not used to waking up so early, huh?
Of course not. I spent the whole night reading the novel from cover to cover, marking sections that either need to be—
Wow. Paimon didn't expect you to be so thorough.
Well, I was the biggest star in all of Fontaine after all. It takes more than just a pretty face to earn a reputation like that. I know how to get serious when the situation calls for it. I went all out when I was acting as an Archon, so why wouldn't I do the same for my own life?
Here's your coffee, Director Farina.
Oh, thank you. The sound of being called director.
Ah, it seems everyone has managed to arrive on time.
We've reached an agreement with the restaurant owner. We are free to use the second
Really? That's great!
He is really looking forward to our film, and hopes that providing his restaurant as a filming location will attract more customers.
Well then, Mr. Xavier, I'll leave the rest to you.
Okay, thanks. First, I'd like to introduce our new member. This is our prop manager, Veronique. She'll be in charge of all the film's props and items. And this is Bonneau, our lighting technician. He'll be in charge of lighting and illumination to set up each scene's atmosphere.
Wow. Sure feels like we have some real—
First of all, please allow me to first express my sincerest gratitude. When my investor informed me yesterday that he wouldn't be able to I had no idea that I'd find so many people willing to help me on—
No need to be so cordial, Mr. Xavier. We're all honored to be a part of this.
Your works made a profound impression on me when I saw them back in Inazuma. I am sure that someday, this film will be remembered as a prime example of cultural exchange between Fontaine and Inazuma.
Yes, the story is the reason I agreed to join. I can't bear to even imagine what this film would look like without the very best director.
Anyway, I would like to make a promise to everyone that as the producer of this film, I'll do whatever I can to— This is not just my film. It also embodies the thoughts and feelings of every person here, as well as the endless effort we are about to pour into it. So, without further ado, the Two Musketeers will officially begin filming now! You may take it from here, Director Farina.
All right, listen up, everyone. The first scene takes place when the two young musketeers are living at the Baron's home, still unaware of all that is about to happen to them. We'll need props and lighting to set the scene. Our lead actors can go get their makeup done, and extras, please take this time to go over your positions.
Whoa. Seems Farina's really kicking things into gear as the director.
Is everyone clear? I don't want anyone traipsing around the set like umbrella finches. All right, cameras will start rolling as soon as the set is ready. Let's make a film that'll make some serious waves in Fontaine. Not the kind of waves that drown people. I mean, the good kind of waves.
Seems like she's still a bit traumatized by that. Anyway, let's go see if there's anything we can do to help.
Ayaka has mentioned you to me before. She's—
No talking. I'm thinking about how to do your eyeshadow.
Ah, yes. To help me really look the part.
To achieve a more young and naive look for this scene.
Are you saying the wrinkles around my eyes are too deep?
You just have too much of a calculating look in your eyes.
You sure don't mince your words. It seems you really haven't changed much.
Quiet.
here?
A little more to the left.
You got it.
Hey, Yoimiya, do you need a hand?
No, I'm fine. You know, doing the lighting is kind of like designing a fireworks show. It's interesting to imagine what kind of app. I heard that the Traveler will be operating the camera.
Really? Is that because it'll be easy for Paimon to hold the clapperboard while flying?
Well, sure, there's that, but that's not exactly what I meant. I just think that after all your journeys together, you two must have developed a super close bond and just naturally know how to work with each other. If I'm not mistaken, the director will want the cameras rolling as soon as the clapperboard goes clack. Oh, I see. It's amazing to see the magic behind filmmaking.
Yoimiya, we need lights over there, too.
Oh, on it! I've got to get back to work. Chat with you later. Oh, it's exciting to see so many people working.
Seems like Yoimiya's really getting into it. But she was right. We do have a super...
So, this is a real musket?
No, it's just a prop weapon.
Not bad. Have you seen a real musket before?
Only in books and newspapers. I made this one based on the... When we're filming, some special gunpowder will be applied around the muzzle, which will help create the flash and smoke effects of a real gun being fired.
Which means it'll be up to the actors to portray the recoil.
That's right. The sound effects for gunshots will also be added in.
Thank you, Veronique. I think I know where to start now. However, the musket's gears and firing pin could still use some work. Adding some wear on the metallic components will make them appear more realistic. Also, be sure to rub the muskets with some oil each time before we start shooting. That'll give the impression that the firearms have been well maintained.
Good point.
You seem to know a lot, Miss Chevres. I assume you use these types of firearms on a regular basis?
Yes, I perform routine maintenance on my weapons every day. Just like we as people need to eat and sleep, muskets need to be cleaned and maintained.
I also perform similar care for my sword every day, and familiarize myself with its shape and weight, to the point where it feels like a natural extension.
Yes. This way, our weapons will never betray us and they...
Yes, well said. It seems we have the same philosophy on this topic.
Oh, sounds like they found a...
Though these props differ from the muskets I use, I can still give you some pointers.
Good. I look forward to your instruction.
First and foremost, never point the weapon at anyone, regardless of whether it's a real or prop weapon, or whether you're holding it or it's on the table. This holds for any time when you're not actively engaging an enemy.
Okay, understood.
When aiming the musket, extend your arm so that it's level with your shoulder, and use your eye to look down the weapon's sights.
Like this?
Not bad. Now, try saying your lines.
This is the end of the road for you.
Good. Now turn your body a little. That way, you'll give your enemy less of a target to work with. And relax your shoulder. This is the end of the road for you.
Huh. Excuse me, Miss Chiori. Director Farina, there's something I wish to discuss with you.
Oh? What is it?
Like this?
Yes, much better.
What do you think?
I do see your point.
I believe it would be most fitting.
Well, if you insist.
Miss Ayaka! Miss Chevres... Huh? What's going on? Are we gonna...
Let's go see.
What is it?
I have a question for you, Miss Chevres. Would you be willing to play the...
what?
To clarify, I would like to turn over my role to Miss Chevres.
But, brother...
Don't worry, Ayaka. I actually view this as I was becoming troubled trying to set aside some time to speak to the staff at the Palais Mermonia. I would like to have some conversations about the cultural exchange between our two countries, and I've heard that the bureaucratic process here... Now, I will be able to focus on my work. Besides, you also know that I'm...
From a director's point of view, I also felt like the relationship between the two musketeers in the original story could be improved. The older brother in the story plays the lead role with his overbearing character, but this causes his character to overshadow that of his sister. But If we were to change the siblings to two sisters of a similar age, then that aspect of the story might come through more clearly. Also, I've seen you instructing Ayaka. That cold and dignified personality is exactly what we need for the old—
Of course, even with all these insights, the decision should still be made by Miss—
Chevrolet mentioned that she really likes the story, right? Paimon bets that she'll take the role.
All right, I'll take the role.
Good. It's decided then. We'll also need to make some immediate adjustments to the lighting, props, and costumes. I have a feeling that our adaptation will be even better than—
You're doing a great favor for me, Miss Chevrolet. You have my gratitude.
Don't mention it. I like this character, so if anything, I should be the one—
Well, since my brother is the one who brought up the idea, let's go, Miss Chevrolet. I look forward to working with you.
Please, just call me Chevrolet.
Seems like you're really going out of your way to solve the problem I was having with your makeup.
Surely you jest, Chiori. I assure you that I was mostly motivated by a desire to—
Oh, come on. You really think I'd buy that? According to what I've heard from Ayaka, her brother is someone who can juggle 10 different matters at the same time. I'm sure you have other reasons for backing out.
Perhaps. Ayaka always said she wanted to go out and see more of the world, just like the Traveler. But I feel that she needs not only to see other nations, but also to make some different kinds of friends. I think it would be harder for her to make new connections with me constantly by her side. I would like to give her some space.
All right, go on. Spoil her some more.
Ayato, it's too bad you're stepping down from the role. Paimon really wanted to see you act as a musketeer.
No need to poke fun at me. I'd wager that you also felt that I wasn't the best candidate for the role.
It's a little hard for Paimon to imagine you saying those lines.
Yes, I've made an appointment to meet some people from the Palais Mermonia. Now, I will have some more time to prepare.
Traveler, get the camera ready. Paimon, get the clapperboard. Actors, to your positions. We're about to start shooting the first scene.
Go on now. And please take good care of Ayaka.
Yep, don't worry.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing the film when it's finished.
All right, now that we're all here, the first scene takes place when our two main characters are still living at the Baron's estate. They've been ostracized and verbally abused by others in the household, but Chevrolet will be playing the role of the older sister, Tulip, and Ayaka will be the younger sister. Silence on the set! Lights, camera, action!
Let's go!
Tulip, Mother's been out for quite a while now.
Perhaps she went to pick some flowers on the way home. You know how she loves flowers.
Iris, Tulip! I'm home!
Mother! You were out for so long, we were beginning to worry about you.
I'm sorry, but I'm back now, safe and sound. Here, I brought your favorite treat, apple turnovers.
Mother, what are those bruises on your hand?
Huh? What bruises? Oh, I must have bumped into something while I was working yesterday.
But I didn't notice them this morning.
Then perhaps they're from when I accidentally tripped when I was out just now. By the way, did you have fun playing at home? What's the matter, Iris?
Well, we've realized that no one really wants to play with us.
They even took Iris's doll and spat at us.
And they even called us names. They said we were...
Shh! It's
It's all right, don't worry. Girls, listen to me. It doesn't matter what anyone says. Don't listen to them. No one can define you with such words. You both have wonderful lives ahead of you. Just like your names. You will both blossom like beautiful flowers. Maybe your time to blossom hasn't quite come yet, but one day, you two will bloom more beautifully than anything else. Don't let the soil you're in now ruin your future beauty. Understand? My dear daughters.
And cut! Not bad. The actor's emotions were all on point. Let's keep that take. Also, if our clapper loader could avoid shouting at the start of the scene next time.
Oh, got it.
Great. I was a little worried that my nerves would get the better of me. What about you, Chevros?
I felt fine. The lines weren't too difficult at all. Seems like Farina must have adapted the role nicely.
You two were great. I couldn't tell it was your first time acting in a film. You should have more confidence.
Thank you for your encouragement.
Positions, everyone! We'll move on to the next scene after we try a few more camera angles. This scene is when our two characters return home, only to discover their mother has been murdered. Ready?
Mother, we're back! Mother? What's wrong, Tulip?
Iris, stay away!
Huh? Why? What's... Mother! Mother... She's...
There's poison in this cup.
Huh? I could have sworn I've seen this kind of cup before.
Those aristocrats. They didn't even try to cover up their actions. Iris, we need to leave this place.
Leave? But now that Mother is gone, where can we even go?
Anywhere. All I know is that we can't stay in this house.
But are we just going to let them get away with this?
We'll have our revenge, I promise you. Just not right now. Come on, let's go.
No, wait. We can't just leave Mother here like this. At least let me leave this rose with her. That's why we went out in the first place. To buy her this flower.
All right. Goodbye, Mother. We'll avenge you. Someday.
And cut! Beautiful! Great performance!
Oh my, you're so amazing, Ayaka! And were those real tears I saw? How did you do it?
I was surprised too.
Thank you for the kind compliments. Actually, as soon as Director Farina said action, I told myself not to think about anything. I just felt the weight of the moment. It's quite similar to practicing the art of the sword. You clear your mind and focus only on...
Ayaka's performance was amazing. Have I discovered an acting prodigy? Pipe down, everyone! We need to move on to the next scene!
Traveler. Is your arm sore from holding the camera all day?
Good work, you two.
You too, Shivers. You were quite the actress today.
I've read this novel many times before. I have a good grasp of my character's mindset. Anyway, do you remember my request from—
Oh, right! We were having so much fun that Paimon nearly You have a case where the murders seem really similar to the cases in the novel, right? So...
In the story, the main characters grow up to become 2 musketeers, and on each of the victims, they place a rainbow rose as a signal that— Yes, that's correct. We found rainbow roses just like in the novel.
Oh, that does sound... Especially after seeing the script today! Oh, now Paimon can't stop wondering what kind of what do you think, Traveler? You're smart. Paimon wants...
Good. On behalf of Fontaine's Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, thank you. There's no time to lose. We should start investigating right away.
Huh? Right now? But we just got...
The most valuable intel always comes after nightfall. They are like... That's how one of my favorite books always...
So, where are we going right now?
Let's start by checking out some workshops that sell
Welcome to Le Show's Clockwork Work.
Hello. I'd like to know—
Special components?
I mean the kind of components that aren't typically used for clock—
Huh? For firearms? No.
Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to cause any trouble.
Well, to be completely honest, I'm not even sure what kind of components that would
Has anyone ever purchased components here as an individual rather than on behalf of an organization?
We have a lot of customers who buy toys, but those who buy components are all regular customers who buy in bulk on behalf of—
Is that so?
You're welcome. It's the least I can do.
Catch the wind.
Oh, hey, Chevris.
Hello, Estelle.
Oh, is this another case? I don't think so. Some people have requested that I make some prop guns for the Fontanalia Film Festival, but I refuse.
Oh? Why's that?
Because there's no profit! I only make things here that can do some real heavy lifting. I don't have the energy to make some new molds just for the festival.
Then has anybody come specifically looking for—
Well, I usually sell off my scrap to the Fleuve Cendre.
I understand.
Don't mention it. Always happy to have the Musketeers' patronage.
Seems like we haven't found any leads to...
Yeah, unfortunately.
Huh? Are you sure? People might not be...
You think so, huh? Then I guess—
Huh?
That I grew up in Fleuve Cendre.
Catch the wind.
I'd like to ask some questions.
I don't know, and
Don't worry, I'm not here to arrest anybody.
you say that now.
It's the truth. Here, take this as...
Wait, did Paimon just see what she thinks she saw? Is the captain of the Special Patrol bribing us?
Seems you're different from the other guards. What do you want to know?
Have you heard anything related to muskets in Fleuve Cendre lately? Anything at all?
Muskets, huh? All I know is that about 2 weeks ago, we started hearing some loud noises at night. So...
Were they gunshots?
Possibly. It's hard to tell around here. Someone's house collapsing, a pipe exploding somewhere, it's all the same. But the noises I'm talking about definitely happened after I fell asleep.
Do you know where the noises were coming from?
I don't remember
Is it that you don't remember?
You tell me.
Then please, think about it some...
She's giving her even more Mora!
The noises came from the end of the Southern Waterway. I came out and had a look for myself when I wasn't sleeping well, but I didn't dare get too close. That's all I know.
All right, I'll take...
Thanks for the pâte de fruits.
No need to be surprised. I grew up here, remember? I know how to get people around here to talk. Seems you catch on pretty quick. Now then, let's keep going.
Whatever business you're in, you gotta keep up with the changing times.
Finally on the right.
It's been a while, Tate.
Please, just get on with your...
I want to know if you've heard anybody talking about muskets lately.
Information isn't free, you know.
I've heard that bandits have been extremely active in the countryside recently, and they've been affecting the delivery of goods to Poisson.
You're still as helpful as ever. One of our men got drunk at dinner about a month ago and lost his gun. 3 days later, it turned up in the corner here.
What's weird about that? He just forgot where he put it, right?
This is Fleuve Cendre, my friend. Anything of value left in the tavern won't ever make it to the next day. But that gun turned out to be an exception. It didn't get any new wear and tear on it, and didn't even appear to have been fired. We were quite mystified as to what could have...
I suspect it came back because the weapon was already known to the guards.
You mean, a criminal was afraid the Marechaussee Phantom would use the shot marks to track them down? Maybe. But if that's the case, the culprit really took great care to avoid getting caught.
I didn't say anything about a criminal.
In Fleuve Cendre, knowing who was killed is as easy as knowing what clothes you're wearing today. It's the guy living in the East Side, isn't it? I've never liked him. Every time he's here, he just orders a drink and sits there.
So, who was the one who lost the gun?
Don't bother. Even if you ask, he wouldn't admit to owning a gun to some strangers. Not to mention the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol.
He's right.
I know you grew up here, Chevres. Even though you're on good terms with the Spina, you've still been gone too long. Not many people know you here now, and a lot of people don't like the Special Patrol.
I know.
So take my advice and don't show your face too much around here. It's for your own safety.
I'll come and go as I please. And I'm afraid I'll be appearing more often due to my work.
All right. Don't say I didn't warn you.
and...
Yes, but have a closer look, Even though somebody has purposefully tried to clean them up, these are obviously marks from musket bullets. In other words, someone was here trying to improve their shot. They were using the...
Could it have been the...
Your guess is as good as mine. Although many people at Fleuve Cendre own guns, few hide the fact from others. And even few... Anyway, let's go. Seems like that's all we'll be...
Paimon feels like we managed to learn a lot more here than...
Yes. Assuming that everything we found is indeed connected to our suspect, then a month ago, our suspect found a gun and took it home to disassemble it. Once he'd figured out its mechanics, he brought it back. In the following weeks, he used some parts to create his own makeshift musket, and took it to the Fleuve Cendre. Then, a few days ago, he found his target and carried out the murder. Once the deed was done...
That all makes sense to Paimon, but we're still no closer to figuring out the killer's...
The deceased was a resident of Fleuve Cendre. It's said that he was a poor, solitary man. Yeah, if we are indeed following the novel, and there's a story behind the murder, then this murder should be an act of vengeance. But according to our investigation, the deceased didn't have any enemies. He was no saint, but no one's heard of a rival who hated him enough to shoot him dead, much less care to leave a rose on his body. What message is the killer trying to convey, and to whom exactly? We've thoroughly investigated that possibility. He claims to have spent the whole day at the Opera House on the day of the murder, and the staff there have confirmed...
Okay, so he has now...
Not only that, he lacks a credible motive as well. He has a family of his own, and both of his parents are still alive. I've looked into his records. He was adopted at the age of 6, and all the proper procedures were followed. In the story, the mother of the 2 musketeers was murdered after the children turned 10. Of course, he could have changed the children's ages, but I don't want to assume anything without evidence. More importantly, I've also had a chat with him in person. He didn't seem like the kind of person who would pull the
Then, what should we do now? We have all this new information, but...
Investigations take time. I didn't expect us to catch the culprit in just a single day. How about this? Let's spend the next few days filming with the crew. We can continue the investigation once we're done with the film.
Wait, but weren't you saying Intel is like small, remote islands in the middle of the sea just a moment ago? Wouldn't you just miss them if you were to stop looking?
Ah, but the book had more than one reference to the islands, Paimon.
Oh? What?
As long as you spend enough time sailing through the fog, you'll eventually come across an island.
It's filming time again! Our schedule is jam-packed for the...
Am I imagining things?
Anyway, let's head out and meet up with the others!
work, everyone. We're looking...
What do you mean, looking to rap? Oh, aren't you the expert now?
This upcoming scene is the two musketeers' final confrontation with the bear. Anyway, get ready. Lights.
The view is beautiful tonight. It reminds me of that fateful night 10 years ago. And now that I've said it, I can even make out the faint fragrance of herbal tea in the air.
Enough, villain! It's time that you pay for the death of our mother!
My dear Iris, have you forgotten your manners? How can you speak like this to your own father?
I'd sooner swallow all of my teeth than call you father.
What did I expect? Seems the daughters have turned out to be just as obstinate as their foolish mother. In this world, Mora and status is everything. She thought she could blackmail me using her children and force me to grant her recognition and concessions? Ah, how naive can a woman be?
Mother never asked a single thing of you. All she wished was for us to live a peaceful life, just like the others.
It was you who personally brewed the poison of prejudice and sent Mother to her death. Compared to that deadly poison, the 2 bullets that will soon pierce through your heart will be like sweet mercy.
And that's exactly why I said you're just as naive as her. Did you really think 2 muskets would be enough to defeat me? So let's see. What is stronger? Mora and power, or the 2 muskets in your hands? Get them!
Tulip! There are too many of them!
It'll be okay. We'll cover each other, Iris. And Mother will be watching over us, too. Final warning! You asked for it!
Nice and spicy.
You've lost.
To think I'd lose to my own 2 kids.
We are no children of yours, and we'll never call that place our home.
Then tell me, what did you do all this for? You lost your mother, and will soon kill your father as well. What will you gain in the end, other than sentences for your crimes?
We will gain our long-awaited justice. It's over.
Finally, it's over. So, where will you go now, Tulip?
I'm not too sure, Iris. Maybe somewhere with lots of flowers? After all, Mother always did love going where the blossoms were. What about you?
I want to go visit.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea.
Huh? Tulip, look!
What is it?
It's Mother's favorite. The rainbow rose. Look, it's blooming again.
Excellent! That was beyond mesmerizing. Even I didn't expect the scene to go so well. And we got it in a single take. All right, everyone. We've got a wrap for Tulip and Iris.
Congratulations, Ayaka and Chevres!
Thank you. I didn't expect our parts to wrap so quickly.
Paimon totally understands. Paimon's not ready to say goodbye to the clapperboard either. So, you were great too, Chevres. The way you said, long-awaited justice. It gave Paimon chills.
That is indeed my favorite line in the whole book. I still remember trying to act it out in my room the first few times I read it.
Whoa! Paimon would have never guessed you.
Who doesn't like stories where the guilty are punished and justice prevails over evil? Don't forget, I'm the captain of the Special Security and—
Captain, I have something urgent to report.
Please excuse me, everyone. I'll be back in just—
It's okay, don't worry about us.
Oh? Was she whisked away by work already? I was just about to tell her how great she did.
It seemed like some urgent official business.
Then perhaps we should thank the stars that we were able to wrap both of your parts so quickly today. Anyway, I actually came over to let everyone know that we're all done for today. And one last thing, Miss Ayaka. Your acting skills today were immaculate as always. Are you sure you won't consider—
Thank you for your kind words, Director Farina. Unfortunately, there are still many matters that I have to take care of back home at the Yashiro Commission. Nevertheless, I will make sure to treasure—
Oh, that's a shame.
I believe it's also about time for me to take my leave. But hopefully I'll see you on set over the next few days. Even though my See you tomorrow, Traveler and—
Yep, see you tomorrow! Well, what should we do next?
Traveler, Paimon, please come with me.
Huh?
You could say that our ship has finally chanced upon one of those
Paimon's exhausted. Paimon definitely— So, Chevreuse, why did you take us here?
Affirmative. It wasn't anything conclusive, but it should show us a clear way. Have you ever heard of someone by the name of—
Oh, you mean that famous perfumer?
She's a good friend of mine. After I discovered the rainbow rose at the scene of the murder, I sent it to her. After all, she's
And then?
There was nothing remarkable about the flower or the trace amounts of soil left on it. But according to Emily, the rainbow rose left by the killer was derived from a very—
Huh. Paimon didn't know that there were different varieties of rainbow—
Flowers that are deliberately cultivated will always show some different features from those. We already knew that the rose left at the scene belonged to a special cultivar, but with Emily's expertise, we were able to pinpoint the place where it was—
Oh, Paimon gets it now? So whoever first—
Precisely. And after we checked what we learned against some sales records from the past, we discovered that there's only one person—
Real—
It's the no—
But didn't you say he had an alibi?
To be clear, I haven't changed my mind about him. I still don't think he was the one who pulled the trigger. However, that doesn't mean the true culprit never visited him at his home or never— Whatever the case, we will have to confirm a number of things with him.
So you mean the next—
Yes, we're going to pay him a visit.
What's the hurry? What's the hurry?
That should be his house.
There are so many Gardamex stationed around the place. That's—
According to what he told me last time we spoke, he hired them so he won't—
Huh. So there are a lot of flowers in his garden, but Paimon doesn't think—
Right. Which is exactly why I think there has to be a special connection between him—
So—
Just wait here for now. I'd like to take care of a number of those Gardamex first.
But they're so far away. How—
Don't forget, Paimon, I'm actually the real-life captain of the Musketeers. All clear. Let's go.
Wait! Paimon's a little nervous now that we know he could be.
I'll go knock on the door and make sure it's safe inside. Once we're sure that we're in the clear, I'll ask him to come with.
But can't we just arrest?
We still have no evidence that he's the killer, or that he lent the killer any direct. Still, it would be appreciated if you could pick a rainbow rose from his garden from.
Sure, no problem. Just...
Excuse me, Mr. Baptiste.
Who could it be at this hour?
Oh, it's you.
Would you mind accompanying me to the guard's headquarters, Mr. Baptiste? We would like to ask you some questions about a case.
Oh, is it still regarding the...
I cannot confirm or deny that at this time.
So it is then.
Listen, I need you to come with me, Mr. Baptiste.
Miss Chavras, I'll save you the trouble. Oh, and you two over there? There's no need for you to pick my flowers either. It's not time for them to bloom yet.
Oh! Okay.
By saving me the trouble, you mean...
I will confess. I was the...
Huh?
He just admitted he...
Please relax, everyone. I'm not armed. The musket you're looking for has been buried in my backyard.
Then it's my responsibility to inform you, Mr. Baptiste, that everything you say right now...
Yes, I am perfectly...
I must say, I hate this feeling.
Oh? Is it because I confessed? Or because you've been proven...
Both, I suppose.
For the same reason as the one I wrote out in my novel, of course. I did... I know you haven't figured out the link between the two of us. Had you done so, I'd have been taken away to the headquarters a long time ago. But that won't stop me from always remembering his grotesque face.
Your mother is still healthy and well.
You know, I was adopted as a child. I was referring to my birth...
That was never recorded in the orphanage's records.
Please forgive a 6-year-old child for concocting some lies to protect himself after watching his mother die right...
So, your novel, it was like...
No, of course not. It was a work of fiction, but... I am indeed the illegitimate son of a wealthy and influential man.
But the man you killed didn't have a Mora to his name.
He was a hired assassin. An irredeemable beast who sank his fangs into a defenseless woman just for a few bags of Mora.
But if that's really the truth, you wouldn't be telling us any of this now. You still haven't managed to take revenge against your father.
I never thought I'd hear that kind of thing from the captain of the Special Security.
I'm simply skeptical about your motives.
It's simple, really. I've grown tired of everything and don't want to shoulder... You may have considered me too soft to pull the trigger. Well, as it turns out, you are exactly right. I've become...
So you're going to call a stop to your revenge, just like that?
The true mastermind is too rich and too powerful for me.
And so what? The characters in your book never gave up.
Now, Officer Chavras, I'm the one who has killed a man, aren't I? Are you trying...
What's your father's name? How do you plan to prove the veracity of all of your claims?
Well, I'd like to speak with you.
Sure. Why don't we speak privately at the guard's...
No, it has to be here. I must...
Fine.
When I said won't be overheard, I would like to speak with you and you alone.
Thanks. I appreciate...
Please stay safe, Chevres.
All right. Let's hear it.
Will you really believe what I'm about to...
Well, that depends on what you're going to tell me.
Fair enough.
So that's how it's...
So...
Do you want me to go public with this?
No, of course not. At least,
Then why did you bother telling me?
You've read my work. What do you think? Even if you were to go public with all of this right now, he'd simply deny. It's been too long. Almost 20 years. Anything that could be used as evidence has long faded away. Justice will never find him.
Not if you don't try.
I know that as the captain of the Special Security and Surveillance Patrol, you will always stand on the side of justice. But do you really think a cushy life in prison really constitutes justice for him? I bet he could lead an extremely comfortable...
What are you trying to say?
I've been observing you from a distance. Your portrayal of the musketeer. Pull the trigger of justice against him. Let the villain get rid.
You want me to let you go so you may complete your revenge?
No, Officer Shavras. I know that would be impossible. No. What I'd like...
Oh, Shavras sure is taking her time. Oh, Paimon's worried. What if he decided to attack her? Oh, still, do you have any idea who the rich person might be? And why the novelist doesn't want us to hear—
Sorry to keep you waiting, you two.
Hey, how did your talk go?
I've already sent someone to escort Baptiste back to the headquarters for questioning. He wasn't lying about the musket. It was indeed But
what about the name? Did he tell you the name of the rich—
Yes, he did. But for now, I have to return to the Special Patrol. There are still... I'll probably be quite busy over the next few days, so apologies if you don't...
All right, Paimon understands if you can't tell us everything you know.
Actually, there's still something else I need your help with.
We haven't seen Shavras since that night at Baptiste's place. Well, guess there's no point in worrying about it now. Let's go join up with the others.
Good morning! Hayaka and I were just talking about you.
Is Shavras still not joining?
Probably not. We haven't seen her on—
Huh? That's such a pity. Director Farina said that we've only got a few small scenes. She even said that she'll get me into a couple scenes, so everyone will have a chance to shine in front of the camera.
We were also planning on having a victory feast once we're all finished filming. You can join us, right?
If only Shavras was here. I still haven't taken a photo with her.
I'm afraid that can't be helped. Those Special Patrol folks are like phantoms when they've got to—
But to be honest, I'm even more concerned by what I read in the Steambird earlier this morning. It said that the killer in the murder case was none other than the author of the Two Must—
Oh yeah, I heard about that too. He came forward and confessed his crimes, but we didn't know about this case at all when we joined the film. Is it going to affect the reception?
From a pure publicity standpoint, this will draw a lot more attention to our film. I have to say, though, that no director—
To be fair, I feel like that ship sailed the moment you allowed yourself to be named as the director of—
It's not my fault that I'm super popular. What was that saying again? My popularity has,
sunk to an all-time low?
spread to the four corners.
Excuse me, everyone.
Xavier! Feels like it's been ages since we last.
I've been talking non-stop with the Film Association, and I'm absolutely swamped trying to coordinate the film's marketing. So forgive me for not being around more often, but please believe...
Oh, seems like you've been fighting your own battles.
Yes, that's one way. Oh, and before we begin the final round of filming, please allow me to... The original investor of our film, Mr. Morris.
A pleasure to meet you.
Yes. Glad to make your acquaintance, Mr. Morris. We've heard about the issues you've encountered with your financial...
Oh, well, the situation...
Don't worry, Mr. Morris. Accidents and last-minute challenges happen all the... The good news is that we're almost done filming now, and...
Is that so?
All right, now that we've gotten all... We'll mostly be filming typical people and scenery from the streets today to improve the sense... Oh, and there'll be a cameo for Mr. Kamisato and Miss Yoimiya.
That's right. Ayato should be here any minute.
Excellent! Then let's start with the scenery shots. Camera and...
Yep, we'll be ready!
Remember, all we need are some wide zoom shots of the streets. Ready? Lights! Camera! Action! Okay, now move the camera slowly. Try to focus on that flower. What's wrong? Just adjust the focal length a bit. Something the matter? Huh? But wasn't it working fine for all the days? Veronique, can we try a...
No problem. How about this one?
All right, let's give it another try. Lights! Cam... Don't tell me. This one is Veronique. Do we have any
I'm afraid we only brought the...
What? Then go find a workshop to get them repaired right away. Oh, and you too, Bono. Go find...
On it.
Greetings, everyone. My apologies for the delay.
It seems like there are some issues with the filming equipment today.
I see.
Well, let's not just stand here twiddling our thumbs. Actors, to the makeup booth. We'll start on the next scene as soon...
The people at the workshop told me that the part which holds the lens in place seemed to have fallen...
Well, no time to dwell on that now. Let's get back to... Ahem! Quiet on set! Places, everyone...
By the way, have you heard about that recent murder case?
Yes, I have. It seems that they've caused quite the commotion in the city.
I heard that the chief of the guards is so mad about not catching the culprit that he's about to explode.
Oh? I find that quite hard to imagine, considering how he already looks most days.
Director, we have a problem.
Oh, we're in the middle of a take! Couldn't you wait?
No, Director, our film, all the finalized film that we've been keeping in...
Oh, wait, well, what?
Mr. Bono, please take me to where the film was kept right away.
I'm coming too.
No, Yoimiya, you have... Oh, okay, listen up. Everyone who's not working on this current scene can go with Bono to look for the film. Everyone else, unbelievable. How could all these
We're back.
How did it go?
We found it in the sewers.
Huh? In the sewer?
We discovered it just in time, so we should still be able to salvage it. The others are checking now to see if we lost any specific...
Oh, you scared? I really don't want to experience...
Okay, but who could have stolen the film and dumped it?
Could it be...
But if they wanted to harass us, why...
Okay, we don't have time to really look into it right now. Let's strike while the...
Yeah, let's finish it.
would like to officially announce that our entry to the festival, the Two Musketeers.
Paimon is spent. It's so...
Even though the filming process proved to be extremely challenging, everyone provided valuable...
And just like Director Farina, I would also like to extend my most heartfelt thanks to all of you.
All right, let's save the awards speech for later. Anyway, now it's time to party! Let's all make our way to the beach and have...
Party! Party! Paimon wants to party! Whoa! This place is hopping! Everyone's fine. Hey, Ayato! How's your work been going?
Everything went rather smooth.
Ayato told me that we've already confirmed the dates for some Inazuma Fontaine culture, so the next time we visit...
Oh, that's great! Then maybe Paimon will be able... Oh, wait. Wouldn't Yai Miko get upset if that happens? That would... you've got a point. She's always complaining that light...
The cultural exchange won't only feature literatures of both nations, of course.
Wow, Paimon...
When the time comes, be sure to visit and...
Paimon thinks you worked even harder than that. Worst of all, Paimon started having dreams of you shouting, "Lights!"
Hey! If anything, shouldn't I be more grand and delightful than your...
That's not Paimon.
Anyway, what's most important is that we wrapped the film. I'm pretty... Hey, no need to...
Wait, now that you mention it, if we did win...
come on, I don't need...
But just imagine! Chiori!
Hey, you two.
Are you not really into these kinds of big...
Not particularly. But this is still better.
But if this film becomes a big hit, people will definitely come
Yes, that's highly likely.
Are you still worried about the case?
That and all the obstacles we had to face today.
You're right. It's as if all our bad...
But why today of all days? No, it's nothing. We've already delivered the film to the editors.
How are you doing, Mr. Morris? You having a good time?
Well, you could say that. Do you happen to know when the party is?
Judging by how much fun everyone's having, I'd say, is there something that you still have to take care of at home, Mr. Morris?
Oh, well, I'm just not a late-night person, so I might take off.
Oh, no! Silly me. I almost forgot something super important.
Oh, what is it?
I prepared a whole batch of fireworks for the party, but I forgot to bring them over from the warehouse.
Fireworks, you say? Well, that's, truly a pity.
Could you help me carry them over, Mr. Morris? I won't be able to fetch all of them by myself.
Me? Are you sure that you can't find it?
I just wanted to make this a surprise for everyone. The warehouse isn't far from here. Will be pretty please, Mr. Morris. These are some of the best fireworks I've ever made. So,
but...
It's okay. Just come with me. If we're sneaky enough, nobody else will see us. The warehouse is right over here. I moved the fireworks there in advance, so it shouldn't be too much work bringing them back.
It's still a ways away from the party.
Sorry about that, Mr. Morris. It's dark in here. Wait here, Mr. Morris. I think the light switch should be somewhere over here.
Why did I have to get roped into this? What was that? Who's there? Get me out! Get me out of here!
Did you really think you'd get away, Morris?
You guy! It wasn't me! I'm not the killer!
You know, Eliza died a far more heroic death than this. She fought your assassin to the end, to save the children she had hidden beneath the floorboards. That is Eliza's pendant. The one with a photo of you two inside. The one you gave her. Ring any bells?
It's a fake! It has to be! There's no way!
No way your assassin didn't destroy it, you mean? Did you ever love her, Morris? Or was killing her always the plan?
No, please. Listen to me. I told Eliza to keep us a secret. I paid her plenty for her silence. I never thought she'd keep the child. Everything was gonna come out, and I had no choice. She'd force my hand. No! I'm begging you. I have money. Just name your price, please.
You can keep your Mora, and you can go to hell. I'm Captain Shovraz of the Special Patrol. Morris, you're under arrest for Eliza's murder.
Huh?
Hmm? You're under arrest too, prop manager Veronique. Or perhaps I should call you the Second Musketeer.
Wait, what's going on? This wasn't in the script.
Drop the gun, Veronique.
Why? Why would you keep me from exacting revenge on this heartless monster?
Drop your weapon. This is my final warning.
What is going on?
Do I have to spell it out for you, Morris? Everything that took place just now was staged to get you, but this last part is all improv, of course.
Shivers, you told us you wanted us to help you stage a play. You never—
It's because even I had no way to confirm my theory until now. Thank you for your performance, Yoimiya. Could I trouble you to go and bring in the other Special Patrol members? They should be on stand. Oh, and please tell the other cast members not to worry about us. We'll be rejoining them shortly.
On it!
So what do you think, Morris? Care to talk about what happened? My patience is limited, you know. Don't force me to take you back to the interrogation room. With the recording we made, you have no chance.
All right. I'll talk. I hired an assassin to murder Eliza. She once worked as a maid on my family's estate. She was very beautiful. We kept our relationship a secret and carried out an affair for some time, but it wasn't long before she became pregnant. And if my parents ever found out, they would have stripped me of my inheritance and status. I also didn't expect Eliza to insist on bringing the pregnancy to term. She even asked me to leave my family and travel far, far away.
She believed that you were truly in love with her.
I didn't have a choice. I gave her a large sum of Mora, told her to leave the family and to get rid of the baby. But then years later, she sent me a letter. There were photos of 2 children, and she even asked if I could find some time to visit them.
Huh? 2 children? Paimon thought Baptiste was the only... you mean...
Even if she had the children against your will, you could have just ignored the letter entirely. Why kill her?
I had just gotten engaged to be married to an heiress from another wealthy family. So if anyone were to find out about Eliza, my life would be completely ruined. I didn't have a choice.
No. You always had a choice. You just...
Do you know how it feels to watch your mother be killed right in front of you? My brother and I were hardly even school age yet. We were hidden beneath the floorboards, grasping each other's hands like a lifeline. All we could do was to watch Mother try to fight back, and then collapse to the floor. Even after the assassin left, we were still too terrified to leave our hiding spot. We thought that he might come back. But she had already become cold and stiff to the touch.
You made up your mind right then and there to bring this case to light.
Not only that, we resolved to get our revenge.
And that's why you became the Musketeers.
No, that's why I became a musketeer. The man from before was also killed by—
I figured as much.
You—
I once told these two that he didn't look like a killer to me. His confession from that night also rubbed me the wrong way. I think what really tipped me off was, how could I not feel a sense of— He confessed faster than any criminal I've ever met, but he didn't say a single word about you. He insisted that he was the sole perpetrator in the case. But after the questioning ended, I disassembled the musket we dug up from his backyard, put it in front of him, and told him to reassemble it. Wanna guess how far he got? He had no idea where to even start. He's never touched a gun in his life. Based on that, I determined that he was not acting alone. He only— And as expected, the second musketeer followed us without— Besides, why else would he call the novel the—
But how did you know it was Veronique?
I figured it out the moment Baptiste told me his father's name. That so-called financial crisis was all just a ruse. He just wanted to sign up as the investor and then leave the film without any source of funding. After all, he has a vested interest in minimizing the reach of this story. It's really just the same thing as what he did to Elizo.
Human scum.
But then Xavier pulled out all the stops and got the film made against all odds. Morris couldn't have that. With the killer in custody, he figured it was safe to act. And so he came to visit the set today, just as I expected.
Wait, so you were behind all those mishaps today?
As for the identity of the second musketeer, I assumed they'd probably stay close to Morris and look— And if they already knew that Morris was the film's investor, then that narrowed the list of potential suspects. Furthermore, being the props manager would allow the culprit to avoid scrutiny by purchasing mechanical parts, and then, with that hypothesis in mind, I went back to check Baptiste's orphanage adoption records. Guess whose name I saw on the same page, just a few—
My brother.
As in, he trusted me to perform the deed.
He trusted you to stand on the side of justice.
I am.
I thought you could do it as well. Oh, the look on your face when you told him to go to— You know what he has done. Are you telling me that you'd rather see him spend the rest of his life living like a king? I will never be able to forget the feeling of my mother's cold.
I won't lie, Veronique. I did hesitate when your brother first told me. I wondered. I agonized over whether I should really put a bullet in his head.
So why don't you?
Because that should never be how justice is carried out in this world. Perhaps, to you, justice is simple, but everyone has their own understanding of justice. If everyone were to pursue their own definition— Today, you'll kill Morris, and tomorrow, his children may come for you. The world cannot render judgments based on a desire for revenge. That will only lead to a cycle of revenge, as well as the destruction of order and civilized society. Fontaine is founded on a set of laws and a standardized code of justice. That is why we are the nation. But with all that said, I will promise you this.
Chevros, the rest of the Special Patrol is here.
Thank you so much, Yoimiya. Letelier, Terena, please take them away.
I still can't agree with your reasoning.
I know.
Justice has not been delivered.
Chevros.
Let's go. We should give an explanation to the crew. Thank you for your concern. I'm just thinking about the things in life that have driven—
Who would have thought Morris would turn out to be—
I'm just glad that you're all safe and sound.
Well, what should we—
What do you mean? Shouldn't you be even—
Chiori is right. I'd also like more people to—
But the real ending of the story seems to have deviated somewhat from the one in the—
The call is yours. We still have time to reshoot—
No, it's fine as is. I like what we have for the catharsis. Romanticism is what gives works of art their appeal. Fiction is able to explore means of restitution that could never work in real. Just like the real world, the world of stories also has its own set of rules and justice. These different.
Sounds good to me. What about Veronique?
She will soon face her judgment alongside her brother, and if I had to guess, they'll probably all be sent to the fortress of Meripede.
Oh, you mean that kind of heads up?
Exactly.
Ahem. All right, then the matter's settled. Now that everything, let's get back to the feast and enjoy each other's You should join us, Chevres. You missed.
All right.
Then I'll wait for you over there.
Traveler, Paimon, could you wait for me by the sea after the part? Thank you very. Sorry for the wait.
Oh, we weren't waiting long at all.
No, I don't have anything new to share. Traveler, how would you have responded to Baptiste's request if... Is that so? When I was young, my father, he told me that swimming was the...
Oh?
Because the moment you give up would be the moment you... One winter, the chilly wind felt almost like I cried and begged my father to spare me from having to swim across, but he wouldn't listen. He used to be a member of the Special Patrol as well. You could say...
That sounds awful.
When he saw that I wouldn't stop crying, he just picked me up and taught the bone-chilling cold, took away my senses. I waited for my father to save me, but one look and I knew he'd already started swimming for the opposite shore. I used all of my strength to try and catch up to my father. Those few minutes felt longer than my whole... I've never felt afraid about any...
That way of teaching would have never worked on Paimon.
Yeah, I don't think that was the right method for anyone. It's just that working now as I am in the pursuit of justice.
Chevres.
But the worse I feel, the more I know to... Anyway, how about a race? Neither of us will...
You guys go ahead! Paimon will grab the clapperboard to mark the start of...
Oh, that felt good.
You were so fast in the water, Chevres! You were, so... About the Special Patrol...
Partly, but I'd say I was more inspired by the heroes I read about in stories growing up.
Oh, so it's due to your love of story.
Of course, it was only after I joined the Special Patrol that I learned that truth is often straight. Come on, let's walk a bit more. To be honest, I do sometimes question whether the decisions I make are the right ones. But I know that no matter what, I must keep swimming. Because the only thing I've got my eyes on is the shore in the distance.
What's the hurry?
Thank you for coming on this walk with me. I feel a lot better after getting all that off.
Huh. We're nearly back at Baptiste's house.
Huh. You're right.
He really did plant a lot of flowers.
Huh? Wait. The rainbow roses in the garden. They're...
didn't know you were such a slacker.
Hey there, you two. Sorry I've been scared.
You weren't ceremonious today, right? Paimon wondered.
I'd give it a 90% chance.
Farina! Oh, Paimon did.
I'm sure the others will also be here in no time. Xavier, if...
But we don't even know if we're going to win. I wouldn't want to jinx our...
Just open your eyes! Surely you've seen the audiences. You've also had conversations with the Opera House's operating staff, right? With the mora you've made from the box office, you can now open your very own film company.
But that's all credit to my amazing crew. You've all helped to make this a reality, so...
Well, give it some thought. I'm sure the crew will respect your choice.
All right, but before that, Traveler and Paimon, could I trouble you to quickly pay a visit to the Fortress of
Huh? But shouldn't we stay?
I wanted to ask you two to invite Shavraz to join us at the ceremony. She's one of the lead roles after... I haven't been able to find her recently, so I haven't had the chance to invite her personally. According to the papers, the culprits of the Musket murder case will be personally escorted today by the captain of the
Oh, Paimon gets it now. Yep, just wait here, Xavier. And maybe try to come up with a few snappy-sounding names.
All right, then I'll leave you to it.
I'll never get a handle on all this paperwork. I need a holiday. I'll never get a handle on all this paperwork. I need a holiday.
This is as far as I'll be taking them. I'll leave the three of them to you now.
Got another errand to run?
Something like that. I'm expected at a party.
Now that's something you don't hear every day. Found it.
No, it's just a special occasion.
Shavras! Risley!
Festivals really do bring people together. It's been a while since I last had so many
Call it the festival spirit, I guess.
Yeah, you could say that. Even our head nurse has gotten herself all worked up preparing super deluxe nutritious shakes. Just one gulp and you'll have met all your—
Were you talking about work just now?
We've already finished discussing everything. So, what do you think about my—
I believe I haven't yet made any promises.
But you also didn't shoot— Here, how about this? You could give everyone a copy of the newspaper. Perhaps on the day when the cover story happens to—
I suppose then a certain someone may—
While another two people will soon be hailed as heroes.
Speaking of heroes, did you two need something from me?
Oh, actually, we're here for...
You're here to invite me to the party, right? Don't worry, I didn't forget.
Ooh, then let's head back right away! See you, Risley! Happy Fontanalia Festival!
And the same to you.
And the winner of the Farina Award for the first Fontanalia Film Festival is... The Two Musketeers!
We won! We really won!
Congratulations, Mr. Xavier.
We won? I can't believe it! I really can't thank all of you enough!
See? My takes on Fontaine's entertainment industry have never...
Now, please welcome to the stage the producer of The Two Musketeers.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your recognition and support. While I'm up here, I would love to give special thanks to...
Time really flies, huh?
It certainly feels that way. It feels like it was only yesterday when you were—
Will you come back to Fontaine?
Of course! I'm very fond of the city, but how about you?
I can't say the thought has crossed my mind before, but I'd be willing to—
I will be eagerly awaiting your visit. It would be wonderful if you—
Yeah, let's keep in touch.
Did you accomplish all you came here for?
Yes. And you should visit Inazuma again sometime.
How has Ogura and her business been?
To my knowledge, she's doing quite well.
Tell her I said hi.
I certainly will.
I heard the thunderstorm has stopped.
Yes, and the war has also been brought to an end.
I quite like the sound of that. perfect for hanging textiles out to dry.
I'd like to offer my thanks again to the entire cast and crew. With the support of my entire crew, I would like to officially announce our film company, Musketeer Pictures!
Then in that case, let's please welcome all the members.
Oh, Paimon didn't know we'd also be taking pictures.
Director Farina, I believe you...
Huh? No.
It's an honor the director deserves.
Yes, I agree. Just accept that you're not getting out of this.
Ready, everyone? 3, 2, 1.
Musketeer Pictures!
Come on, let's get moving. We're not...
This realm is... If you ever have any...
Ну что ж, мушкетеров мы прошли. 4 часа стрима. Мы это сделали. Так что всем спасибо, всем пока.